Okay, welcome everyone. We appreciate everyone who's able to sign in and view this session virtually. This is obviously a new format. Districts who serve special education students are required to conduct this meeting annually. So we want to welcome our IDEA, to welcome you to our federal IDEA grant funds public session. I'm Betsy Ryan. I'm the Director of Teaching and Learning for the school district. I would like to introduce our department members who also support special education in Forest Hills. First, I'd like to introduce Melissa Buckaloo. Melissa is our Teaching and Learning Coordinator for Special Education Services for preschool through grade 6, among many other duties. We also have Kendra Roberts here this evening. Kendra is our Teaching and Learning Coordinator for our secondary classrooms, grades 7 through 12, and also supports transition services and our students with disabilities in our OAKS programs. We also have Alicia Champion here tonight. She is our Parent Resource Coordinator. Alicia has been in the district a number of years and supports all of our parents with resources, communications, also networks with many state and regional resources throughout the region. We also have our district treasurer, Alana Cropper, who is also here this evening. So again, welcome. I'm going to next present the agenda. We've prepared a brief agenda that outlines what I'm going to share this evening. We'll start with guidance on the intent of the funds, with how the allocations are determined, our current 2021 allocation, how we've been directing them in the past, guidance that's provided in terms of allowable uses of funds, and some restrictions in terms of what is not allowable related to our maintenance of effort funding and supplanting funds. So if you can see the agenda that we have presented here. First, I want to talk a little bit about the IDEA federal grant funds themselves. The school district must use these Part B funds for the excess costs of providing special education and related services to students with disabilities ages 3 through 21. They are accounted for separately from other funds that the district utilizes. The district allocation is included in the agenda, which I've included here below under the first bullet item. The allocation for 2021 is $1.4 million. This is determined based on a formula for each local education agency or school district. And this formula includes a 1998 child count, our district ADM or enrollment, and a poverty count formula. The amounts increase or decrease annually. And in our case, for this coming school year, from 1920 to this school year, we have seen our allocation decrease approximately $61,000. This is approximately 12% of the budget that the district expends in special education. As added information, the district currently supports approximately 700 students with disabilities, which is a little less than 10% of our district enrollment. I'm going to go into the determinations of how we have utilized the IDEA allocations in the past. Over the past several years, the district has utilized these funds to support the salary and benefits of 32 paraprofessionals or aides who serve all of our district programs from pre-K to transition in the form of job coaches for the transition levels. We currently employ 66.5 paraprofessionals, so approximately 1/2 of our paraprofessionals employed by the district are funded through our Part B allocation. The funds also support, and I should mention also that approximately $600,000 was spent on salary and another $400,000 is spent on their benefits. So salary and benefits are funded for those 32 paraprofessionals. The funds also support a parent resource coordinator who is employed to support guidance, resources, support our parents receiving interventions services, and special education services, or even parents that may be going through the process. Alicia Champion is our Parent Resource Coordinator. She is also responsible for communications of our district activities and works with state and regional networks, as I shared before, related to special education. And approximately 52,000 is supporting her salary, and 23,000 supports her benefits. We also have one IS who has been supported through Part B IDEA funds. She's an intervention specialist supported in one of our high schools as the case coordinator who supports all of our compliance and monitoring of students with disabilities in that particular building. Funds also support her salary and benefits, although due to the decrease in allocations this year and gaps in the aid funding, this may need to change for 2021 or depending on the direction we go with the use of these 2021 funds. She currently is funded approximately $80,000 for salary and $28,000 in benefits. Finally, under non-public 2021 allocation, we are required to support our non-public schools who are located in our district boundaries and choose to participate in special education, the provision of special education services. In this case, the Immaculate Heart of Mary, who is currently in our district, serves students with disabilities. They do opt to participate in servicing our students. Their allocation is based on the number of students who are evaluated, determined eligible, and also receive services. There is a formula that is used to determine their allocation annually. And currently, for the 2021 school year, their allocation is $53,221.26. And so that is a fixed amount that will go directly to IHM. Oftentimes, there have been questions about carryover funds. Over the last couple of years, since we have fixed costs of employee salary and benefits, there typically is little carryover from one year to the next based on the use of our funds. Under the guidance for use of funds, which is also on our agenda, I've also included a link for more information on the IDEA funds. In that link, there is guidance that indicates what we are able to support in terms of this allocation. And you will see when you refer to that document that we are able to support the employment of special education intervention specialists, aides, special education administrators, all directly related to special education. Their primary responsibility must be related to special education. We may also spend this allocation on instructional materials, related service personnel, paraprofessionals or aides for support purposes, a transportation vehicle if we require that for accessibility needs, non-public allocation, which I mentioned previously, pre-K operations or situations involving our preschool program. It may be used for technology supporting students with disabilities, professional development, family and community, and in this case, it refers to parent mentors, or in our case, a parent resource coordinator, assistive technology, and it also can be used for transition services. So hopefully that gives a bit of a summary in terms of what is allowable in terms of these funds. The district, going into more the unallowable expenditures out there, we are allowed to supplement funds, which we are doing in this case, but we are not permitted to supplant funds or use funds that were previously expended through our local funds. And we're not to exceed a percentage of funds previously spent the previous year, which is known as the maintenance of effort. I'm going to ask Alana if she can talk just a little bit about that and any added comments that she would like to make related to these allocations.
Well, I think you explained it well, because basically what it did, MOE or maintenance of effort, just requires the school district to continue to expend the same funds, at least the same funds, so last year's funds or greater, in order to be eligible to receive the federal funds. The federal funds are supposed to be used to supplement our programs and not supplant and take the place of those funds that we are already expending. And the Ohio Department of Education actually has access to our accounting records. They have these special education accounting codes, and they actually pull how much we continue to spend in local funds year after year, and they track to make sure that we're not replacing our local funds with federal funds. So these funds that are definitely used to supplement, not supplant.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully we've been able to provide, while I realize it was brief, we were able to provide information on how the allocations are determined, what we currently have been utilizing the funds for as a school district, and some of the guidance related to what we can spend the funds on from Part B federal. I have also included a email address for you to provide input on the use of these Part B funds, which is the required part of this meeting. I have included Darla Berger at foresthills.edu. Please feel free to contact her via that email to provide your input. She is my administrative assistant. So we thank you all for your time and for the input that you might provide. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Eckert. I'm the Coordinator of Business Operations and Human Resources for Forest Hill School District. I will be conducting the public hearing today on the school calendar. In accordance with the Ohio Revised Code, not later than 30 days prior to adopting a calendar, the Board of Education and Exempted Village must hold a public hearing of the school calendar addressing topics including but not limited to total number of hours, the length of the year, and the beginning and ending days of instruction. On June 8th, in conjunction with the notice of public hearing, the proposed 21-22 calendar was posted to the district website and media channels. Additionally, within the public hearing, those wishing to participate in public comment on the calendar were instructed to send their comments to Ms. Susan Monk at susanmonk@foresthills.edu by noon, June 24th, 2020. As of the June 24th deadline, Ms. Monk had not received any request of public comment. I did receive one request to review the number of possible days, Mondays being off on the calendar, and the district will review those number of days to see if there's anything that can be done. At this point, any questions or comments regarding the 21-22 calendar should maybe directed to me, John Eckert, at John Eckert, JOHNECKERT, at foresthills.edu. Due to the fact there is no public comment associated with this hearing, the adoption of this calendar will take place on the July 27th board meeting during the regular meeting of the Board of Education. Thank you.
welcome everyone to the Board of Education regular meeting on June 29th, 2020. Ms. Cropper, can you call the roll?
Mrs. Barber,
Here.
Ms. Choice,
Here.
Dr. Rasmussen,
Here.
Mrs. Taylor,
Here.
Dr. Heights.
Here. We have an American flag right behind our superintendent. So if you would rise and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for all.
for all.
Okay, item 4.1, motion to adopt agenda. Can I have a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the agenda.
I have a second. Ms.
Second.
Cropper?
Ms. Choice,
Yes.
Mrs. Barber,
Yes.
Dr. Rasmussen,
Yes.
Mrs. Taylor,
Yes.
Dr. Heights.
Yes. Item 5.1, minutes. We have minutes from the special meeting of May 4th and the minutes from our regular meeting, which seemed like a year ago, on May 18th. I have a motion to approve the minutes.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, concerns? Mrs. Cropper?
Ms. Choice,
Yes.
Mrs. Barber,
Yes.
Dr. Rasmussen,
Yes.
Mrs. Taylor,
Yes.
Dr. Heights.
Yes. Item 6.1, correspondence from the board's treasurer superintendent. Mr. Prebles?
Well, once again, board members, we received information from the state of Ohio, and this information was from the Alliance as well as BASA, Ohio School Boards Association, and others, and it reads that Governor DeWine has again delayed the announcement of his school reopening guidance to Thursday of this week. There will be no press conference tomorrow, which would be Tuesday, as we were anticipating. The school building closure order was scheduled to expire tomorrow. It will be extended until the reopening guidance is released and becomes effective. So I want to update the board that we did receive that correspondence. It came to us from many of our affiliates today, and it extends the school closure dates until the governor's guidance comes out, and we are hopeful that that is Thursday. Thank you.
All right. So, and piggybacking on what we had our calendar meeting before this. I assume that the calendar is predicate on what he has to say to a degree.
Yes,
All right. I'll take
especially our
yes.
professional development and the potential of different styles of schedules that we would have. Absolutely.
Thanks. Any correspondence to the treasurer?
None. None.
All right. Correspondence to the board? We've had a couple emails. I think it's fairly safe to say.
Just a few.
That's a
few hundred.
Few hundred, but I think we're above 1,000 at this point. So obviously the vast majority, in fact, all of them are pertaining to our meeting tomorrow. Anything else any correspondence, board members? Okay, item 7.1, a guest speaker, Mr. Sievers. He was here.
Well, it's my
Here he
pleasure to
is.
introduce Steve Sievers. He's the Anderson Township Assistant Administrator for Operations. And like you said, Dr. Heiss, seemingly almost a year ago, which actually was last March, we had Mr. Sievers scheduled on our agenda to provide an update regarding Anderson Township and the many things that are going on. And before Steve comes on and presents, I would like to thank him and Vicki Earhart for everything they've done over the last 3 months to ensure that the things that we were trying to accomplish to close out the school year and to ensure that students were safe and secure. I can tell you that Steve was right along by our side, helping us with those things, as was Vicki, and we certainly appreciate that. So it is a pleasure to have Steve with us today. And Mr. Sievers, if you would please, the microphone is yours, and we're anxious to hear your 3-month-old report. I mean, your report for the board this evening.
Well, good evening, and I appreciate the chance to be with you in this virtual world to talk a little bit about what is going on in the township outside of COVID and many things that you all are working through at the district. Hopefully you can hear me, and this is popping up on your screen. What we've done for a long time is presented to the chamber and other organizations and felt it was timely to provide the same information to the school district. And we've had a great working relationship that has been strengthened here in the last few months. I'm going to quickly go through some slides this evening. Let time for you all have any questions you might have. And as you all are recording this will of course be online, and we'll record this and have it on our website as well for folks that are watching that would like more information. So the first item is recent current township planning efforts. What you see before you are a number of projects that the district has been closely involved with. One is the Anderson Center Station redevelopment, otherwise known as the Hills Development or Vantage at Anderson. Pleased to say this project is continuing to move forward, the redevelopment of the Park and Ride site on 5 Mile Road next to Anderson Center into ultimately what will be a pretty exciting mixed-use development with a transit facility as well as upscale apartments that many studies have deemed are needed in our community and will certainly complement the wonderful things continuing to be added to the Anderson Town Center. So this is a project that we're hoping will break ground in the spring. So a lot of steps to get there. We've been through a lot of steps already and are excited about that. Another project we've been actively involved with and certainly affects the school district and your operations is Clough Pike Corridor. We had a community-wide survey last year, had about 800 responses to that, some really super input. We took that working with the Hamilton County Engineers Office to develop a scope of services, and Stantec Consulting has been working with us since, again, it seems like a year and a half ago, but it's only been since January. But we're pleased that we've made the progress and been able to take advantage of the opportunity. We got traffic counts before everything kind of died off. And so we have good valid data to base some recommendations on. There's a questionnaire survey that's out right now for another week on our website at andersontownship.org. We would certainly encourage folks that haven't done so already to take a look at what's on there, provide their input. That'll be the next step for us and where we go with the direction on Clough Pike. And again, this goes back to some concerns we had last year with a number of development activities about looking at the corridor in its entirety through Anderson. Another corridor that we've been focusing on is the Kellogg Avenue area, and this is particularly the gateway around the 275 exit 72 that feeds into Coney and Riverbend, Belterra Park, and the California neighborhood in the city. A very exciting project. We've been joined with the city in this, in looking at the gateway as well as what the experience is coming off that interchange and going into the various communities. And this will kind of dovetail with some of the work we've done in the past, planning-wise for land use planning. This is going to look more at the character of that, how we work with the experience of folks coming and going to that major point of access and point of emphasis for our region here that sits in Anderson. So again, another survey that's online for just another couple of days at our website. So I encourage folks to plug in and weigh in on that, and we'll be in touch later this summer with our direction. Stormwater management, I mentioned the Clough work last year. This has been kind of a point of emphasis and focus as well. We've paid visits to over 120 detention facilities trying to look at stormwater concerns in our community. And one of the big focus points has been these basins. And I know the school district is very aware with some of the redevelopment of these basins, having constructed some of these firsthand. And while they were costly and not always pleasant to be part of the budget, they're desperately important to managing stormwater in our community. And we're appreciative of that. Facilities at Anderson and Wilson and others that have come in. What you see in front of you on the screen is an example of one there on Nagel Road, one that filled up during the storms that we had back in late May. And then what you see on the bottom there is an image. If you've driven by Clough Pike in the last couple of months, half of the site that's there is a regional stormwater facility that will actually take water from the creek, hold it on site, and slowly discharge it. So we're very excited. I think we've taken a lead role in this area, and we're now working on some opportunities even to retrofit some of these to better manage stormwater and development in our community. The business survey, again, this was something we're going to have to revisit. We did a really nice job of outreach, I feel like, with the Chamber of Commerce last year, had some great information that fed into a lot of the work the school district was doing with regards to workforce development. This now seems so distant from where we're at today. So we're going to be revisiting this with our Economic Development Committee, looking at what the kind of the new issues resulting from COVID and other factors are, and how we can best serve our community and the business world. And so looking forward to the school district. And I know Scott and Elizabeth in particular, your role on our Economic Development Committee is appreciated. And how this fits into what we do as a community moving forward. Later on this year, we'll be kicking off our comprehensive plan update. And again, the school district from our first plan back in 2005, that's been updated now 2 times since. This will be our 3rd update to that. This is kind of our comprehensive look at the community, setting aside policies and recommendations and the guidance for what we make decisions upon and how our board and our zoning and everything relates to that. So this process is set to kick off later this year. We're going to, regardless of the situation we're working with, we're going to take advantage of that opportunity to get input, and whether it's through a virtual world or in person or a combination thereof, making sure that we've got a good feel for the community, for the issues in our community, and the opportunities that we have moving forward. So this is, as we have stated, folks, this is the big time to get plugged in and make those decisions, and the documents that fall out of this and the policies and projects all result from that effort. And then the census. It's hard to imagine, again, something that seems like so distant, but we are involved in the Census 2020 effort. I'm pleased to report that with the assistance of the school district and Brianna and your help, and others in the Park District and such, we had the highest mail-in response rate of any township in Southwest Ohio. So over 80% of our residents took the time to fill out the survey, either online for the first time ever, or mailed it back, or even did it on the phone. And it was in a variety of languages and opportunities. What that means is boots on the ground. We'll have less census workers out here in the fall when they're able to do their field work and follow up, and will greatly reduce the opportunity or issues for potential error or people being missed. So that mail-in, if you haven't done it already, still an opportunity to do so. It's the shortest form they've ever had. It's probably the easiest form they've ever had to fill out. And it really is key to our numbers, to understanding the community itself, and also for the data that goes into some really key decision-making, not only government-wise, but private-wise as well, that will probably be all the more important as we look to the next few years. So if you haven't taken the time, please, this is a chance or a plug to remind folks on that. Shifting to private development activity, again, we had a little bit of a slump for a couple weeks, but things have picked right back up. Some of the completed projects, I'm not going to go through all these, but if you've been around the community, you've seen a few of these, some very visible locations that were redeveloped, others that are infilling. We've got some new construction that's coming online. The Stonegate development is nearing a completion for this fall. They're behind the Salt Dome facility and behind the school district administration offices. This is the next phase of their development, a whole new product that we have in our community, and the first multifamily development in our community in 40 years from an apartment perspective. So again, trying to fill that gap and that void in our market. A couple others that are on here in the bottom one there, Harmony Senior Living. That is what will be on half that site as you drive Clough, and it's a pretty vast expanse of clearing that occurred because of the detention facility, but this is the project, and they're, again, shooting for an opening in late 21, early 22 for the site. And then we've had a number of building modifications and tenant changes. So from large projects like the Kroger development and redevelopment proceeding, through redevelopment of existing buildings, to other just simply tenant changes. Those continue, and we'll continue to keep that going through our economy. We've unfortunately had a few casualties and some openings, but we're in the process of continuing to work with folks to help fill those in our retail corridors. And then there's the subdivision questions and issues that come up there and concerns. These are a number of the current developments that are underway in the community. Probably the more visible ones are the cluster of developments in the southern portion of the Coldstream part, also the enclave at Woodruff off Woodruff Road. Point to the north side, we've got the development. If you've been down Clough recently, just in the last week or two, they finished paving the new street for a 15-lot development there, and have been doing work on the southwestern portion of the community in the reserve of Anderson. So these are all subdivisions, actually we call straight subdivisions. So they were not rezonings, they were meeting the underlying zoning criteria, and are bringing new product here into Anderson. So just a couple of them here, the Clough development there, Clough and Wolfangle, and reserves of Anderson down on 4 Mile. And then some ongoing recent zoning reviews that we've had. We had a zone change for a small subdivision up on Mount Carmel Road. This site might be familiar to some with the school district because it was one of the potential locations for transportation. The former Green Place Church site, the commercial planned unit development site that's on Nagel Road, just north of Anderson Pub and Grill. The former Anderson Office Park that was demolished is proposed for a daycare facility and a medical office building. And then the reuse of the former Skyline for Salon Concepts. They purchased that site there near Markley and Salem, or Markley and Beachmont, excuse me, and are moving into that whole facility. UDF will continue to operate at their location, but this is a nice reuse of that site, and we'll put a really nice facade on that building and are working with them on some other access improvements. Put this slide in here. This is just more of a historical context. We often, when we go out to real estate offices and others, there's comments and questions about development activity, and this is more of a comparison over the last 45 years or so, give or take. The blue line so that you see on here is our school district enrollment that's reported to us, and the orange line is new residential housing starts here in Anderson Township. And you can kind of see going back into the 70s and 80s, the ebb and flow that followed with new housing construction and school enrollment. But you also see kind of the flattening, not only the significant downturn in residential development. So even with the developments that I'm mentioning, we're seeing the neighborhood of 30 units a year, where even back in the 90s, we were 200 to 300 units a year. So it really, there are growing pains that go with those, and those infill developments really cause a lot of concerns that way, but we're not seeing an uptick or change significantly on the housing side from this. As far as current capital improvement projects go, real quickly through these. Beachmont Avenue restriping, fortunately, they took advantage of the downturn and the lower levels of traffic. The project's almost completed, and we're very excited about not only the fresh pavement, but the addition of defined bike lanes on Beachmont Avenue, and in some parts defined turning lanes, and other areas defined parking. So you'll see that kind of roll out with the final striping and signage that's underway. But this was actually the Ohio Department of Transportation's project, and they were responding to some of the things we had in our Beachmont plan. So we were thrilled being able to weave in our recommendations into their planned maintenance work. As far as Anderson Trails improvements, we had a completion of a project on Markley Road and restriping on Woodcroft last fall. And this is actually something that's turned out really well for us. We're now looking at some other areas, particularly in close proximity to some schools and elementary schools in particular, where we might try to reclaim some roadway areas to stripe those out for pedestrians and create a more defined environment where we can't squeeze sidewalks in. We've had a small section, and appreciate Mike Broadwater's help and others at the district with the connection back from Eagles Knoll over to Forest Road. That subdivision, though it sits a stone's throw from Anderson, was disconnected for many, many years and is now connected through the Trails network that way. And then we have a number of regional projects that are going on. The image you see on the bottom there is the bridge project that will start next year over the Little Miami River on Beachmont Avenue, connecting the segment that the township built several years ago over to Lumpkin Airport. So making that final link there. We have a link that's being built there on Kellogg between Coney Island and over to Salem, which will connect there. And then we're still working on some projects here in Anderson, including a big project on Patterson Road we hope to bring on next year. Curb and sidewalk repairs, I mentioned to Scott in one of our calls recently, one of the good news situations, we are well ahead of schedule. So if the school buses are rolling in August, we should be out of the way. And we have had a very busy summer thus far. We're now in our second neighborhood of doing curb repair, basically curb replacement. And you see the streets there on your right. We'll come through and pave those next year, but we do concrete one year and asphalt the next. We also have had about 45 streets that we're going to be doing pavement maintenance on, which is a slurry application and planting trees as well. So very active in the neighborhoods and continue to be through those programs. As far as regional roadway repairs, the county is still planning to pave Brattle Road this year. It's one of the ones we often hear about. Fortunately, Little Dry Run was addressed last year. And then we've got a couple projects coming up in 21 with the county on Asbury Road Hill going down towards Kellogg. Very difficult situation there. And then some segments over in the northeastern part of the township on Mount Carmel Hill and also on Broadwell there. Again, Beachmont work is done, and I'm really pleased to announce in all intents and purposes, the 275 paving work is done as well. What we're seeing now is some remaining bridge painting, and they should be out of there by the fall. Recplex is another big project, and this has continued to move forward. I probably couldn't plan it for a better time to have Recplex out of commission than this spring, but some of the images you see there, this is still scheduled for completion this summer. And again, joint project we could not have done without the school district support, with the township purchasing this facility, ultimately turning it back over to operation to the park district and using revenue derived from the nearby anthology development to go into the improvements that we're seeing there. So a real great public partnership to make sure that facility is in public interest and public control forever, really. So appreciate your help there. Township property, though we have had, it's been 30 years since the Green Space Program was founded, and we haven't had a levy since 1995. That expired in 2000. This program still continues, and we continue to accept donations and have a little bit of money for acquisitions. We had one in 2019 on Lawyer Road. We're expecting one more here coming along on Clough this year. But this is really a hallmark of our community, one that helps to keep the community green and the aesthetics strong this way. Again, I've talked probably way too long, but if anyone watching ever has any questions, this is how you can reach me, or certainly the board as well. If I can't get you the answer, I'll get you the right folks, and our website and Facebook page. As I say when I give the presentation, the official Township Facebook page. It's not the most entertaining, but it's the factual information, and you'll get it straight from the source, which is our Township Facebook page, and encourage folks to follow us there. So again, thanks so much for your time this evening. If there's any questions, happy to answer those now.
Oh, excellent report. I appreciate it, Steve. There's a lot going on, and it's good to be able to get it out there to show everyone what's going on. So I think everybody's glad that Beachmont's pretty much better now, though.
Yes.
I'll speak on behalf of everyone with a car, but it looks good.
Thank you. Again, appreciate your time.
All right, we'll move on to the highlight of the presentation. Steve, no pun intended, but the commendations and recognitions, agenda item 8.1, volunteer recognition for 2020. Mr. Prebles.
Yes, sir. Steve, again, thank you very much for all of your work and for your coordination with us this at the end of the school year and into the summer. We do appreciate it. Thank you. Dr. Heiss, you are correct, sir. This is a great time for the school. At Forest Hills, we are incredibly grateful to have the strong support of our community. And every year we have approximately 400 people, almost 500 people volunteer their name to help provide meaningful support to our students. These volunteers help make an array of learning and extracurricular experiences possible for our students, and we are incredibly proud of them and thankful that they do those things for us. These volunteers are often the unsung heroes, as we know, of the school district, and as such, it's incredibly important that we recognize their hard work and willingness to support Forest Hills students and our staff. Each year, our principals select a volunteer of the year and from their school, and that person is recognized at our board meetings. Unfortunately, because we are virtual, we are unable to be with these folks tonight, but that doesn't mean that we are not going to recognize them for all the things that they have done. So I'm going to read a few words about them written by the principals in the buildings. And personally, myself, I want to thank all of them, and I want to get right into it because our principals are very proud of these people and have written some lengthy comments about each, which I think is extremely appropriate. So we'll start with Anderson High School, and that's Sherry Snyder. And this is from Rob Fellows. This year, Anderson High School is excited to recognize Cheryl Snyder as Volunteer of the Year. Throughout her tenure as a parent at Anderson High School, Sherry has held a variety of leadership positions within a number of different organizations. In the past 3 years specifically, she has served as our Athletic Booster Secretary, Director of Spirit Wear, and Director of Special Events. Most recently, Sherry helped to develop and launch the Apex, which is Anderson's first ever entirely student-run school store. Here she served as an instrumental leader in working as a liaison between our athletic boosters, building administration, all of the students and faculty from Anderson's 2 businesses programs to get the store off the ground and running. And it is quite a deal over there. I've been in there myself. Sherry's can-do attitude, coupled with her desire to be an active participant in the life of Anderson High School, is incredibly admirable. And Rob thanks her. Sherry, he thanks her for her tireless and often thankless work as a parent volunteer over the course of both Olivia and Bennett's time as students at Anderson High School. And he says that we will miss you tremendously. So thank you very much, Sherry Snyder, and congratulations. Next, at Turpin, we have Paula Bell. And this is from Principal Spencer. Dave Spencer says that it is important to state that Turpin or any other school could not do what we do to the level we do it without the many volunteers that help make it happen. We appreciate all of their help and the many hours they devote to the students in our schools. Every year it is difficult to single out a single individual that goes above and beyond. This year's Volunteer of the Year is about what she has done not only this year, but over the last several years. Turpin's Volunteer of the Year, as I said, is Paula Bell. And simply put, according to Dave, if there is an important event of recognition that needs to be led, managed, and completed, Paula is the best. Not only does she take care of the details, but she goes over and above and always exceeds expectations. Specifically to the athletic world, Paula has gone over and above while working to support and recognize the parents of kids in our football and our basketball programs. It's only fitting that she be recognized in a manner worthy of her contributions. So from Dave Spencer and also myself and the entire district, thank you very much, Paula Bell. At Nagel Middle School, this comes from Principal Eshelman. Anita writes, in regard to Judy Pavlik. When Judy Pavlik joined the PTO at Nagel this year, she was hesitant to take on such a big role as the Vice President of Concessions. She didn't really want to speak in front of large crowds and wasn't sure how to approach the job. But she wowed all of us. Judy just took it and ran with it. She recruited parent representatives to be the main contact for each of Nagel's sports teams, which is a huge feat in itself. She created sign-up schedules for concession workers for the fall and the winter sports, made sure there was plenty of pizza and Chick-fil-A for each event, and worked closely with Mrs. Snyder and Mr. Vandermeer anytime there was a change or cancellation. Of course, when someone backed out at the last minute or didn't show up for their shift, Judy was there. She got it covered or came to Nagel and took care of it herself. It was cool. It was so cool to see Judy at the Winter Sports Information Night, ready to talk in front of the huge crowd of parents and share why we need their help and how they can get involved. And just recently, she told our PTO president, "I think I'm good to handle it all next year when it comes to leading concessions and speaking to parent groups." As Forest Hills was gearing up to inform the community again to support the operating levy last fall, Mrs. Pavlik had lots of questions. She wanted to support Forest Hills School District, but needed to understand why this levy was necessary. So Judy dug in. She came to informational meetings with large groups. She met in small group at Nagel. She met with me, Mr. Preble, Scott. She listened and asked questions. Once she gained the knowledge she needed, Judy then became an advocate, a supporter, and helped Forest Hills School District pass the levy. Judy Pavlik is a special volunteer. She not only reaches out to help and jumps in when a volunteer is needed, but she takes the time to listen and learn from others and develop a process that works. She advocates for the Nagel PTO because she sees the benefits for the students and the staff at Nagel and for Forest Hills. We appreciate you, Judy, writes Anita, and are lucky that you are part of our school and our community. Congratulations, Judy. The next one, the next PTO person is Kate Girding. And this is from Todd Hartman, who is the principal. Consider a top-of-the-line wristwatch. It works to perfection, always providing the exact time and precisely the information needed. When you look at it, you notice the impressive face of the watch, the detail in its hands, the comfortable band. But what's most impressive about this watch is not its outer appearance, but its inner workings that make everything function beautifully. The consistently hard-working parts that often go unnoticed are the secret behind the true value of the watch. Much like the wristwatch's inner workings, Kate Girding doesn't seek recognition for her work, but we recognize that Kate adds incredible value to AIR. She provides attention to details, countless hours and jaw-dropping experiences for students and parents in our school. Ask any former AIR student about their favorite activities during their time at AIR, and you will most likely always hear them talk about Global Adventure Day, an annual celebration of the cultures and traditions of our world that allows students to travel to different continents each year, from kindergarten through 6th grade. It's an unbelievable, unique experience for each AIR Falcon. Or the student might talk about our walkathon. Kate works behind the scenes to help students make wonderful memories with their friends while celebrating our community's amazing support of our students' learning and experiences. It's a well-oiled machine organized to provide amazing opportunities for more than 600 students, thanks to Kate and her PTA friends. By the way, Kate gives up more of her time each month attending every PTA meeting. And we must not forget the AIR Festival and the Winter Wonderland Breakfast, both favorite, fun-filled weekend events enjoyed by so many AIR families. Kate's selfless, generous attitude may often show up in ways that are behind the scenes and without recognition. But the truth is that Kate should be recognized. She should be honored because of her tireless work in making AIR a better place for every student, parent, and staff member in our community. It is our pleasure to honor Kate this evening and show our immense gratitude for her dedication to our school. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you, Kate. So congratulations. This comes from Steve Traylor, and his recognized person is Nicole Whiting. And Steve writes, Nicole is a phenomenal, hardworking, conscientious volunteer who is always smiling, creating a friendly feeling for our kids. She is a true partner who pushes our thinking in the most positive ways. She looks for building-wide opportunities and expands our thinking. For example, she spearheaded a diversity bulletin board schedule, a different topic each month she prepared. This is a perfect fit for our CARE team initiative. Nicole is also a leader. She is able to motivate others to volunteer and to get involved. The activities can be informative, can be fun, but are always meaningful. She helps build a sense of community at these events. She makes Maddox a better place for kids and adults alike. So congratulations, Nicole Whiting, from Steve Traylor. Next on our volunteer list is, this is from Jody Davidson, Mercer's principal, and she's writing about Lisa Stanton this evening. It is my pleasure to recognize our Mercer PTA president, Lisa Stanton. Being the PTA president is a larger role than most people realize. This year provided more challenges than most years, as we all know. Lisa proved to be wonderful at listening, learning, supporting, and leading. She worked tirelessly to provide new programs and changes in our school. She designed and created the Mercer PTA website, implemented a new purchasing ordering system, co-led the fall fundraiser Move for Mercer, and served as the president of the school's PTA. She successfully communicated with the board, finding ways to support each committee, and we thank her for everything that she has done. Thank you for a great year, Lisa. Congratulations, Lisa Stanton. This next person is being recognized by Principal Dan Hamilton at Sherwood Elementary. And Dan writes, we are extremely honored to have the opportunity to recognize Stacy Gillard as Sherwood's Volunteer of the Year for the 2019-2020 school year. Stacy currently serves as Sherwood's PTO president and is what I would characterize as one of the strongest advocates for student voice I have ever worked with. Stacy's role as our PTO president has allowed her to lead the Sherwood community through many events that have showcased our students and their importance to everything that we do. Examples of this were holding forums in our Sherwood community for students to share ideas about playground improvements and leading the charge in the development of our first literacy night, where students were placed at the heart of designing, presenting, and guiding our parents and staff through various literacy activities. Stacy's positive outlook has truly brought a sense of joy to every corner of our community. Leading events such as the Archers All in a Day, where parents and community members showed up to greet and celebrate our students with the red carpet, and how she cares for our teachers with staff appreciation activities, demonstrates her love for all that we do, and she can be. She is a leader, connector, and makes everything we do across the Forest Hill School District shine. We are grateful for all that Stacy does for the Sherwood students, parents, and staff. Congratulations, Stacy. From Summit Elementary, Michelle Salstead, Principal Salstead, would like for us to recognize Alicia Frick. Alicia has been the beautification chairperson at Summit for several years, and she was instrumental in the landscaping updates outside of our building. She has also volunteered over the past 2 years organizing all of the PTA closets, a very tedious but extremely important job. She has served in various chair positions on PTA wherever she was needed, and is always the first to volunteer for every event, and has for the last 7 years. Alicia is quite a leader and works hard to help our students at Summit. She is a selfless helper and truly embodies all of the best qualities of a Volunteer of the Year. Mrs. Salstead and the Summit staff were very excited to give her this award for all of her hard work over many years. She is truly deserving. Thank you, Alicia. And finally, from Wilson Elementary, Nikki Ezendy And this comes from Principal Erin Storer. She writes about Nikki S&D. Nikki has served on our PTO executive board for many years and always approaches every discussion in a positive manner. She is solution focused and always wants what is best for our Wilson Wildcats. She is always willing to help support the students of Wilson, no matter how tedious and time-consuming the tasks may be. She has spent countless hours devoted to our carnival and walkathon each year. We are fortunate to have Nikki as a parent who always puts others before herself. We appreciate and value all that she has and continues to contribute to Wilson Elementary. So from Erin Storer, congratulations, and from all the teachers there as well, to Nikki. Board members and community members, each of these individuals have already received a special certificate in the mail to thank them for their hard work and dedication. Our volunteers truly make an enormous impact in our schools, and they are part of the reason why Forest Hills School District is a special place for students, for staff, for parents, visitors in our community. And I want to say thank you personally from me, Scott Prebles, to each of you, to each of these individuals again. And we look forward to hopefully seeing you back in our buildings physically as soon as we're able to do so. So again, I want to thank all of you, and I'm disappointed that you couldn't be with us this evening, but I'm very happy that we were able to acknowledge you and to let the entire community know how important you are for our students. So thank you very much.
Can I get a motion for commendation?
I'll make
Edie,
a
you are-
motion.
There you go. Go ahead.
That's okay. I'll make a motion to approve the commendation and recognitions of the volunteers.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Cropper?
Mrs. Taylor,
Yes.
Mrs. Barber,
Yes.
Ms. Joyce,
Yes.
Dr. Rasmussen,
Yes.
Dr. Heights.
Yes, and on behalf of the board, I also want to echo what Scott said. We have a fantastic district, wonderful students, wonderful parents, great staff, but the volunteers year in and year out go above and beyond, and these are the head of the class as far as that goes. So I appreciate all the work that our volunteers do, and these 9 in particular have persevered through a challenging year. So it's what truly helps make Forest Hills great. So
How
thank you.
about we give them a round of applause?
You don't have to walk the line of shaking all of our hands. So there are some good things. Exactly.
Congratulations to all.
All right. So item 9.1, superintendent updates. Mr. Prebles. You are muted.
I was about to say as if you hadn't heard my voice enough tonight. And touche. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Heiss. And I received, through correspondence with Elizabeth Barber, board member, a lot of people asking what's happening with our reopening plan, and people are reaching out to board members and they're talking to each other. And, what we've been trying to do is do all of the planning and do all the work that's necessary. And I want to thank all of the people that are involved, and I'll do that again under the direction of Greg Sears and our teaching and learning team and our directors and our principals and all of the people who have worked on what I'm about to present. I want to thank all of you. What we've tried not to do is get ahead of the governor and ahead of the guidelines that are coming to us that are related to the planning. So it's not as though we haven't been working on it, but we certainly have been planning, and we were hopeful that on June 1, the guidance would come from the governor. And then we were hoping on June 8th, it would come from the governor, and then June 17th. And then here we are at the 29th, and we read again today that the plan, the guidance from the governor is going to be put off a little bit longer. And I am not being critical of the governor. I cannot imagine the many facets of what he and his administration are dealing with data about health and economy and so forth and so on. But it is getting a little unnerving at the local school district level not to be able to communicate in a more robust way with our families. And so I'm anxious that the governor's next date scheduled to release the guidance is this Thursday. And I'm hopeful that that happens. And again, I'm not being critical of the governor. It is a major decision that he's making with his administration. So we anxiously await that. But what I do want to kind of tell you a little bit about what's happening in our school district regarding the roadmap to reopen our learning. So I'm going to put up a slide here in a couple seconds, but it's been a 4-phased plan. And we've talked about this. Mr. Sears has presented this to our board, and he's also presented it across with our staff and volunteers and parents who came in just last week to help us with some of the iterations that will be coming out in the future. But there's a feedback model. And so we've been taking feedback and research, and that took place over the last couple of weeks. There's a design and develop plan. We've also been involved in that. So we receive feedback. We've taken a look at research-based practices. We've been collaborating with our colleagues, not only in the Hamilton County area, but we've been talking with Butler County, Claremont County. We've been as far up as Columbus and even Cleveland, talking to our colleagues about what's happening in the state. So we've been building based on expertise from across the state in our designing and developing. We've also been working on communication with our planning. So as the plan develops and as we continue to get closer, we've been providing communication updates to our parents, and we want to continue to do that. We want to have very robust communication because obviously this COVID is impacting all of our lives in many different ways, but it certainly is impacting all of our lives. So we want to have solid communication with our parents. And then another one is preparation, which is the next step. A lot of that about teacher development, professional development, ensuring that we have all of the things that are necessary to make sure that we have safe and secure environments for our students. So preparing for that on the not only the teaching and learning side, but on an operational side in our school district with the guidelines and the many things that will be coming with those guidelines. So our feedback and our research portion of this project started in May, and it extended into early June, where we met with 250 teachers, and we took survey information from these 250 teachers. We also had the survey information go out to our parents, and we had more than 3,200 parents participate in a survey at the initial feedback and research component while we were reaching out with all of those affiliates that I talked about a few minutes ago across the state. Then we moved in with all of that information. What are people thinking? What are their concerns? What are their fears? What are their hopes? And we started to design. And we went to some research-based models, and even at the Ohio School Board Association throughout the weeks during the COVID, they have been having conversations with community members across the state about similar things that we have going on in our school district. So design and development took place in June 8th through the 12th. We then refined those plans with our administrators during the week of June 15th through the 19th. So for 2 straight weeks, every single day, every day at 8 o'clock through 12 o'clock, our administrators were meeting, and they were making plan development, and they were refining those plans so that when we got to June 22nd through the 27th, when we brought in more than 150 teachers to go over what those administrators had done for 2 weeks, we wanted it to be comprehensive and we wanted it to be thorough so that what they were looking at was not a blank piece of paper, but moreover, a document that showed specific things that we had been providing research on and developing over time so we could get true feedback on modeling and not the creative plan. We were creating something for them to reflect on, to tell us about, and that happened with 2 meetings. Well, no, actually there were 3 meetings with our teachers because there were so many that wanted to get involved. And then we had parents participate. We had a board member participate in that process. We had individuals who expressed a desire to be part of a review process of the planning that we had in place. And we also had individuals that our principals brought to us so we could have a diverse population looking at the plans that we had put in place so that we had actually try to get as many different voices into the process as possible to review the things that we were doing. And then communication, we were anticipating would be happening now and moving into July. So the communication tonight is updating everybody with exactly where we are. The communication that will be coming up hopefully after Thursday when the governor's guidelines will be more about the actual things that will be taking place. So there are 3 plans, and I'd like to share those with you. And I'm going to ask Adam Samuels, please, to put those up. There are 3 models that we have come up with, and many people have probably seen this with other school districts in the area, and maybe they've heard from their friends what's happening in their school districts. So the first plan is the typical plan that we are all aware of and we've always been doing, and that's the traditional learning model with a remote learning option. Okay, so we know that there are individuals who, even if we came back from traditional, our data is telling us that not everyone is comfortable, but if we were in a situation where the guidelines suggest that we could come back in full traditional style, there may be some who would like to choose the remote model, and we are prepared to deal with that. So the traditional learning model is that students will return to school 5 days a week. Safety precautions will be, we'll have enhanced cleaning measures, the social distancing mandates that are coming, all the types of things, potentially masks that students might have to wear, and that's been a big conversation for our parents and for our administrators and teachers. That mask situation for elementary students, even into middle school students, it's a cumbersome thing, and so that's a big part of what we're waiting for from guidance. Parents can opt out of the traditional learning and choose the remote learning, and I talked about that a couple of seconds ago. And if they opt out of this remote learning, it would be a commitment that would last a semester. And I know that that could be difficult for people, that we're asking them to commit to something for a semester. But here's the thing about that. Because it is so different from what we are used to, and because of the remote portion of this, the division of our teachers and the staffing of that, and making sure that all of our students are assigned to teachers and making sure that those connections are vibrant throughout an entire semester, we really want to try to avoid people moving in and out of those models throughout the semester. And I know that it's very difficult for us in this environment where things seem to change almost daily to say, my goodness, I know exactly what I'm going to be doing with my family for an entire semester. Well, that's what we like to try to accomplish, and there are anomalies, as we all know, that take place depending on employment, depending on sickness, depending on all sorts of things. I'm not suggesting here that we can do everything, but we can certainly talk with people in individual sessions and think about what's in the best interest of the student. But the ultimate goal would be to start the year 5 days a week, traditional model. You've selected a design or a model for your child, and we stick with that through the semester. And hopefully after that, we're totally running all traditional. But if not, we'll move from that point forward. The second one is a blended learning model. And I can tell you that this model adds the most difficulty, I think, to a school system because it is the one where you have many variables taking place. Lots of different things taking place in this, but if it was a blended model, there again would be a remote learning option. But students will have 2 days of traditional learning and 3 days of remote learning on a predetermined schedule every week. Mondays will be remote learning for all students. Mondays would be the day when teachers are also in all of their professional development sessions. They're talking with paraprofessionals and intervention specialists and all the people that they need to coordinate activities and ensure that our pacing of instruction is similar in with all of our students in all of our buildings, regardless of where the student is or the teacher they may have. So that Monday for teachers is going to be a big day to be calibrating, coordinating, preparing things for students while students would be working remotely at home. Students will complete work independently on remote learning days, much like they did when we finished the school year, where they're working independently and they're working with teachers back and forth. And obviously, parents are a part of that process, and they're sort of guiding from the sideline. We're trying very hard to remind parents that they are not the teachers. We recognize that, but we also recognize in this fast-paced transition from last year, that became a big component. And we know the struggle there. We appreciate the tension that brought, and we're working tirelessly to try to provide opportunities to help teachers better help parents and increase our communication with our parents. Parents and students can opt out of traditional learning, and they can choose only remote learning if they would like to. So there again, this model offers an opportunity for those who are uncomfortable with the blended learning. Again, with this model, we'd still be considering social distancing. We'd still be considering all the safety and security. And as you might have guessed or might surmise, when we are on an every other day schedule or a 2-day schedule, that means we're basically splitting our students in half because there are significant safety issues that we're trying to deal with, and parceling our students out in ways that we can provide even more social distancing and even more safe environments for them would be necessary. Also, please remember that this comes with a lot of different type of cleaning of the building, sanitizing the building, and all of those things that would go along with that blended model. If the student opts out, this remote learning commitment will also last 1 semester. So again, this is a much different situation than the traditional and a remote. This blended is kids moving in and out and really working with teachers in very different ways, with partial remote as a part of that. And then the final one, which I'm hopeful that we don't have to put into place, but because if we did, it would mean that the safety concerns from the health officials in the state of Ohio and across the nation are suggesting that we just better not come back to school. We better not try these models because of the potential of harm for students, their parents, teachers, loved ones, grandparents. And so students would participate in remote learning 5 days a week, just like they did last school year as we closed out the year. Teachers will provide direct instruction through virtual classes. Now, this is a little bit different than what we did last year. If you remember last year in March, we heard something might happen, and then it happened. And in 2 days, our teachers, our parents, everybody was sort of flipped off to the side or knocked off the rail, so to speak. And that was very difficult for a lot of people, and we recognize that. What we're trying to do is become more robust with our direct instruction through different ways of using tools of technology and different ways to have students access their teachers, and trying to provide a more robust virtual instruction. Last year, if you remember, we kind of fell into it. Our teachers and our parents did a phenomenal job. This year, that instruction, the robust teaching and learning that we need to have in place for our students to maintain their competitiveness as they move on beyond our schools, we need to really concentrate on that. And I can tell you that there has been immense work taking place among our teachers. We would have professional development wrapped around how to best do this with them and how to provide them the skill sets in addition to those that they have and in the current instructional practice expertise that they deliver. But we would need to do a lot with our teachers to ensure that they had all the skills they have the skills to be able to do it from a remote learning model, is what I want to say. Students will be held accountable for mastery of skills and concepts during the remote. So now, last year, the assessment and the testing was a little light. We all know that. It was difficult. This year, instruction's robust, more online, more direct instruction from teachers in a remote model, and more knowledge that the students are mastering that through formative and summative assessments. They're going to need to be able to produce evidence that they are learning and mastering the curriculum. And so those are the 3 options that we have. And one of the things I wanted to say and close out, because I know this is getting to be long, but I know this is on a lot of people's minds. When we brought our parents in and our teachers in, we asked them to provide us with some feedback on these models, the full traditional, the blended, and then the remote. And so we asked them for strengths and challenges that they recognized in the models. And I want to share those with you for just a moment, if I may. So on the parent feedback, we had 21 participants provided their feedback, and we had more than 150 teachers, as I said. So the strengths that were brought to our attention from teachers regarding the full traditional model were that it allows for face-to-face interaction and relationship building, which we are really feeling the need for. That whole wellness and that whole relationship component and aspect of a child's life and adult life is really missing. And the traditional model that we've all been accustomed to for many, many years offers, unlike no other, that opportunity for a student to engage with a teacher every day. And our teachers yearn for that, our students yearn for that. And I think our parents are noticing a little bit of kids displaying that they want to get back to school and they really want to interact with their friends and they really want to interact with their teachers. So that's a strength of it. Parents felt like academically moves learning forward at an expected rate. So for parents, obviously the traditional model, as we've all sort of come up in, or not all, but most of us have come up in, you kind of know what's coming, you kind of know what you need to be doing, and they appreciated that with the full traditional. The challenges, the teachers, this model possesses the highest risk for spreading the disease. Safety is an important component of everything that we're doing. And also the greatest challenges with cleaning and monitoring social distance and things like that. So if we're back traditional and we still have COVID without a vaccination, obviously the stakes are a bit higher when you have more people interacting with each other. And we all know the rest of the story on that as far as how that might spike cases across not only our school system, but Hamilton County. For parents, the greatest risk is, again, spreading the disease and challenges in consistently implementing safety procedures from class to class and building to building. So what our parents are expressing to us is they recognize there are a lot of challenges, and that's a worry for them, about face masks and about keeping kids safe and secure. And not only the kids, parents talked about teachers as well, and we appreciate that and we respect that position. In the blended schooling model for teachers, the strengths of that is the reduction of class and group sizes to reduce risk for the spread, again, of COVID. And it does allow for some face-to-face each week. So what our teachers are saying is that whole relationship development, that bond that happens between a teacher and a student, even though it would be half-time, it's there, and you can really spend some time working with kids and really interacting and engaging them in ways where you can learn from them because you're with them, and you can better understand what motivates them, what excites them, what it is that allows them to be able to master the curriculum, master what you're asking them to do. And so teachers like that in the blended model. They still have a component like that. Parents also said they like the face-to-face interaction and the reduced number of students on school buses could also eliminate or reduce some of the spread of COVID. So parents felt like, we're going to be putting a lot of kids on buses, and if we're in a blended model, obviously the guidelines would allow for students to be seated in, 30 to 40 inches away from each other, depending on what the guidelines are, potentially even in different seats. And so when you have half the students riding the buses, that's a strength of the program. And again, a lot of talk about safety and security is sort of on the minds, on the top of mind for parents. Instruction is extremely important. It is for teachers as well. But while we're in this sort of unknown time with COVID, that safety is a huge issue. The challenges the teachers say with the second model is providing face-to-face and remote learning opportunities requires significant planning and professional development. We tried to build that into the Mondays so our teachers would have that time. But when you have kids, you're basically teaching two different types. You're teaching a remote, and at the same time, you're teaching in the class. And so that does require different types of coordination. And so that's a challenge for teachers. It's not a challenge that they're not up for, but it is more challenging than traditional or remote in and of themselves. So that's something that's a significant concern for teachers. Parents, student schedules would not align to parent work schedules. And that's one of the biggest things that I think is on the minds of many of us. We need to do everything we can to be able to ensure that our parents can take care of their professional and personal responsibilities while we're taking care of the educational responsibilities with students. And we certainly see how a blended model where you're coming to school a few days a week is going to is going to put a lot of anxiety on parents and a lot of need for the ability to be able to find different type of support for their children when maybe they're at work and their children aren't at school, and the other way around. So that's a big challenge for parents, and it's certainly one that's on our minds. And the full remote, the strengths for our teachers, it's the safest option. Again, we hear health. It's a consistent option for all students, meaning all students are seeing the same things. They're involved in the same things. They're accessing things at the same timeline, and there's no skip a day. And sometimes when younger children and even older children skip days, the executive functioning necessary to make sure that they stay organized, make sure that they continue to stick in there and understand what their responsibilities are and due dates and all of that, that can be difficult for students. There's more direct teacher-led instruction now with what we're planning with the new full remote. We're adding more streaming. We're adding more in-class, live class like we're doing tonight, where we can talk to students and we can actually interact with the use of technology. And so our teachers have gained a tremendous amount of skills in this area, and they are preparing and are ready to be able to do that on a more robust fashion with students as we move forward with, if we move forward with a more remote model. For parents, again, the full remote offers the safety and security that is the number one option, or the best option for them, because there is no interaction or engagement outside of the home. And so that, again, is top of mind for parents, that safety. The challenges for teachers in the full remote, getting to know a new set of students and to be able to create relationships with them online and virtually. So last year, our teachers had a relationship with their students, and unfortunately, that broke too early, and it didn't allow us to close the year. But if you could imagine the intense amount of personalized work that takes place with a group of students to get to know them, know how they learn, what excites them, where to sit them, who their friends are, what motivates them, what's happening with them, and all that stuff that makes education easier for you as a teacher, because you have that relationship with them. It's hard to develop that virtually because you're never in contact with the children. And although they had older brothers or sisters, you know the family, it's just not the same as greeting that student on the first day and developing that relationship that becomes a lasting one. And the student engagement in remote learning, not only the engagement with the teacher, but the engagement with the other individuals in the building that add value to the education, with our specials and with our extracurricular activities and all of the other things that are happening with students. That's important for students. And that engagement with each other, students engaging with each other and enjoying, you know, school and their peers. From parents, developing relationships with other students. Again, parents are looking for cohort students for their children to make friendships, to grow and learn socially as well as academically, and that's important for them. And the student engagement for them, and they're concerned about that direct instruction, because as the students are younger, the direct instruction, I can tell you in my own home, the younger the student is, the more oftentimes, not all times, but oftentimes, the more assistance needs to come from the sideline. And so we recognize that. So those are the models that we have. Those are the challenges that we have been having. As I said earlier, we've been planning, we've been taking in information. We're about ready to communicate out, depending on the guidelines, what's going to happen. And a high percentage of that, quite honestly, ladies and gentlemen, has to do with the transportation policies in the state. Because transportation, although it does not dictate education or instruction in classrooms, the ability to be able to transport students to school every day, all of the time. And I know there are many parents who can provide that transportation themselves. However, to ensure that all students can get to school every day, regardless of what's taking place with the parent's work or the inability to get the student to school, that's really important. So we'll be watching those guidelines. I assure you that we have the 3 models in place. I assure you that we are professionally developing our teachers, and I assure you that we are taking this seriously. And we're looking forward to educating your children, whether it be remote, in a blended setting, or traditional. And my hope is that it's traditional, but we will do it in the safest way that we possibly can. Thank you.
Scott, I had a quick question for you.
Yes.
We talked a couple weeks ago about the communication, and so there's been a lot of changes going on. Is there going to be a point where we can start to have one point of communication, like once a week, like 2 o'clock on Wednesday, the district goes out and posts somewhere, just, hey, this is what is happening. And parents have to realize it's ever changing, right? But that way, at least they know there's a central place and a central time just to get general updates about what's going on in the district.
Absolutely, that will be happening. It will also be happening in our principals' newsletters. And what I want to do, because I think it's important for Mr. Sears, I don't want to get him caught off guard, but he's been intimately involved in the communication, as we talked about, is our next step in the process as we learn more guidelines. So I want Greg to, if you would please, Greg, just to kind of articulate what we're thinking about with communication and how that's going to be consistent over the next few weeks.
Yeah, so thanks, Scott. So as far as communication goes, and we're working with Bree Gilroy on this as well, is for us to be able to take a look at the guidelines, settle on a start plan. And I think the point I want to make with the 3 models is that we're building these to where they're agile enough to, depending on how the entirety of the year looks next year, we may be able to adapt and move specific buildings in and out of those models, so that if something happens at one building, we might push them to remote for a period of time rather than closing the entire district. And I think those are all going to be determined how that happens. It's going to be a case-by-case basis. But we want to create agility to be able to navigate multiple plans and depending on the building as well. So knowing that from a communication standpoint, we want to focus on how we start the year. So I think our main piece right now for us is to make a determination based on the guidelines that we get. We should be able to apply those guidelines to the model on how we want to start. From there, we will want to communicate that plan, the start plan, with our parents, outlining all the specifics, as much information as possible we can give them about what that looks like, so we can inform them of our models, give them a period of time, and then they would need to commit to our start plan. So if, for example, we're in the full traditional model with an option for remote learning, we would want to outline the specifics of what that means, what the social distancing guidelines looks like, what's the transportation and cleaning and sanitizing expectations for a traditional model, as well as here's what remote would look like and could potentially look like for your child. You will need to make a determination for what you feel like is best for your child and the safety of the situation that you're in. And then parents would make that commitment sometime prior to, I think ideally would be before August, we would do that. Again, we'll have to talk through the timelines, but it's all dependent on when we get the guidance. So there would be multiple touch points over the next few weeks. It could be, here's the guidance, here's our start plan, here's the details of it. And then by this date, we need a commitment from families who want to choose the remote option so that we can start building on how we support those kids. Because our data tells us right now that approximately 10 to 20% of our families, based on the initial data that we got in May, 10 to 20% would be seriously considering a full remote option if we would start back in a traditional model. So for us, that's a big number of 700 to 1,000 students potentially that we would need to plan for what that remote option would look like. So that's the next steps. And then August becomes all preparation for us, preparing buildings, preparing teachers for what that looks like. And I'll say this as well, we would have the similar conversations with our staff. And I know Mike and Donna Lava are talking a lot about this as well. From a teacher standpoint, we have staff that would be in that same position where medically it may not be in the best interest to be in a full return model. They may become remote teachers, and then we would have to coordinate and position that for what that looks like as well. So July is a big month. We are really frustrated, to be honest with you, that we didn't have the guidance earlier. But we are prepared with our administrators to the point where we can be, that we can apply the models that we have, and then we can really start to communicate. And I would imagine that would hopefully start next week, if we can get the guidance this week, that we would start that initial communication as here's how we want to start, and giving a little bit more details with that. So I hope that answers that question, but appreciate your thought on that.
I have a question about how long do you think we'll be able to give families to make that commitment? Is it like 1 week, 2 weeks? Because there will be a mass scramble for childcare in Anderson Township. So I know that that's not realistic to give a lot of time, but have you thought about that?
Mrs. Barber, you bring up a very good point, and we want to get that information out as quickly as we can. But I want to say that with this in mind. This week in our high school football program, there was a circumstance where it was believed that one of our athletes potentially had COVID. We sent information home to parents. All of our best laid plans. We're moving forward. We're doing all our social distancing. We're doing all of our cleaning, all of our sanitizing. We've got everything moving forward. It turns out that today test results came back, and in fact, that student does not have COVID. And so now we're communicating again to that audience of, thank goodness the child doesn't have it. Even better that we didn't have to do quarantining, because I assure you that as soon as we found out Mr. Eckert was on the telephone with Hamilton County and we were starting to coordinate what is our, let's make sure that we know what we're doing here. Now, this was taking place. We stopped football and other sports because kids were sharing the weight facilities. Okay, so that all stopped. Well, today I've started to receive emails from our band parents. So we've started to do our sectioning with band for the summer. Now, we haven't had the full band out there yet. I don't know how you get 300 or 250 students on 100 yards with the social distancing that's necessary, but our band folks have been working on sections of the students and utilizing the guidelines that we currently have in place, which, by the way, change occasionally. And so there are parents, rightly so, absolutely rightly so, sending me emails asking, tell me about the protocol, tell me about what you're doing, give us more information. So as we start to roll out things and start to try to follow the guidelines, we need to do that communication that you're asking for, Mrs. Taylor, and that you were asking for, Mrs. Barber, of getting it out there quickly and making sure it's clearly available for people. And then it seems like a day later, something shifts. And that's the flexibility that Mr. Sears is talking about. And I think everybody on this telephone call has a child. And we all know what a parent thinks, and we all know what we have to do in our organizations to make things work. And oftentimes in that moment when we're thinking like parents, there's not that realization that the other person responsible for your child is a parent too, and is just as worried as you are, and we are on your team. We are going to do everything we can within our power to not put your child in a place we wouldn't put our own. And so we are all walking through this together day by day, learning something new every day. That's why we're cautiously waiting for the governor's guidance, cautiously not putting a lot of information out, because we know how difficult it is on parents to say something on Monday, and then it changes on Tuesday, and then potentially on Thursday. So we're in a very precarious position here. We want to communicate, we need to communicate, and when we do, sometimes it changes pretty quickly. So I guess what I'm trying to say is yes to both of your concerns. Very, very important items. We're going to do both of them as quickly as we can. I want people to know, though, that your questions are good ones. To call us, email us, ask us, because if we miss something, your question, your call, your interest is exactly what we need to know. So that was a long way around that, but it's a very challenging time for all of us right now. So anyway, I appreciate your listening to that, but we're on the parent side. We want to do the right thing. We want to keep kids safe, teachers safe, families safe. So we're going to do everything we can to accomplish that.
All right, well, thank you. Item 10.1, board discussion. I just want to add my 2 cents to the discussion from before is the change. The one thing that is going to be consistent is change. And that's what we're seeing countrywide in Texas and California and Arizona. And that's, I think, my biggest concern. I really appreciate, Greg, what you were saying is that we're trying to come up with all the possibilities without even knowing what they all are. And not only, I mean, as a parent, I want to know that my kids are going to be safe and that they're not going to be in my house are the two things that are important. But understanding that, the education that we want to provide all of our kids is better in the building. It is. That's why we do it. I think there's going to be, and I'm going to put it out there now, I think there are going to be many changes all the way through December or more. And that's, I know, and I see Elizabeth, we can all see you. It's hard to imagine. We all want to say we're going to have the plan, and the plan on Thursday, we're going to get this guidance from the governor, and we're going to know what it is, and then we're going to institute it, and it's going to work out great, whatever it is. But as we think through some things that honestly I don't like thinking through, about an infection here and an infection there, and what are we going to do with that classroom and those things, which it sounds like, Greg, you're doing, and the team is doing a good job trying to anticipate what happens if we have 20% of families that want to stay virtual. What if that goes to 40, or what if it goes to 10? What happens if those 20% 3 months in, things aren't as bad, knock on wood, that they aren't as bad, and they want to go back into school? Things like that, which it's hard to plan for every possibility when we don't know where we're going. But I appreciate the fact that you're doing all that, and that we're doing our best. And I can see now, Patty, to your point too, a weekly update. Some of the updates may be, well, what we said last week, it's changed, and what we did next week, stay tuned. So now I'm hopeful that what's going on in Ohio is better than what's going on in some of the other states, and that we are on a roadmap to reopen in the most traditional way that we can. But I appreciate, the team working on ways that aren't so traditional. So, any other board discussion for this evening?
Yeah, I had two things,
Sure.
if anyone else doesn't. So I already had kind of brought this up, but when you guys look at the agenda, it's got subject, meeting, category, things like that. I was hoping to add something called a purpose, and then cost. And so it would just kind of go towards the bottom of that. And the reason is sometimes the purpose is a lot of stuff, a lot of, very wonderfully put technical stuff. But I just want to know what contract is that? Like that's the parent portal where you register your kid. We have to pay for that software. I go, okay, that makes a lot more sense to me. And I just want to know how much am I going to pay? And I do. I go through, guys already know this. I go through everything. I read the contracts. I summarize it. And that's kind of how I go through to understand what I'm having to vote on. What are you asking me, and how much does it cost, and does it make sense to me? And I recap that, and you guys can see it. I send it all back, ask questions, and then get clarification should I need it. So I was just asking for maybe those two pieces of information just to be added to the agenda, because that would help me go, yeah, I am understanding what is being asked, and maybe that would be less back and forth, but at least it's right there.
So the thought being, it's like, for a purpose, would be like almost like a one-line summary of whatever that agenda item is,
Yeah.
or something.
To me, who is not a school person, what does that mean?
So that would be hugely helpful, because when I joined the board, when was that? 2 years ago. There were a lot of things that Forrest and Randy and Jim, they just knew because they've seen them over and over again. And it was the same thing. I had to ask, what is Power School? What is this? And, it just required an answer back. There's always a reason. So it would be nice if it's just there. there's only a couple things on every agenda, right?
Yeah, like some things you don't even vote on, so you
Yeah.
would not have a cost, but it's where
Yes.
applicable, where
Mhm.
something like that would be applicable.
It would have been really helpful during all the construction, actually. Yeah, because that's when we were constantly asking the questions for stuff like that. But no, I think that'd be a great addition. Do we have the ability to change this?
So I had, Mrs. Taylor and I talked this weekend for a long time about this item. I actually did some research on some other school districts' agendas who use board docs. There's a boilerplate, pretty much what we do. They outline them the same way. Some districts add a little bit more in there. They don't necessarily have a purpose statement, but they do have a little bit more information. I think it's dependent upon what the board is looking for, and it's incumbent upon the administration to provide that information. What I'm asking is, once you go to, when you go on board docs and you land on an item and then you push on it, then it gives you the full contract, or it gives you the whatever we're going to be presenting. And so my question is, are you asking Mrs. Taylor for more of a description beyond what's already in the contract? Because typically also in that, there's a contract amount that's associated with most of them that are in there. And I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm trying to find out what it is that the board would like to have and get it done. So what I have, my experience was that when Mr. Broadwater or the folks before him that were going over the construction, they would come through and it was like, oh my goodness, we're going to go through 22 change orders today. And he read every one and he gave every price to everyone and all that information was available. I would say, I would ask that we didn't do that on the agenda, but that we did describe things that were part of that. And if there's a cost associated with it, and it's not readily available in the contract or in that documentation, that we do place it on the board agenda if that is helpful to the board.
Well, so an example could be, once in a while there will be on here like a landscaping contract, and it'll be for a certain school. It's not really obvious sometimes if you open the contract to find that. So yes, it would be helpful if there was a line on here that just said, this is for the landscaping outside Anderson and Turpin High School. This is how much it is. Done. Right? Is that what you're saying, Patty?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm still going to read all the contracts, but like the forward edge, to me, that's like the whole IT coverage for the district, right? So I mean, it kind of says that in that particular one, but then the total cost, well, you kind of have to read two pieces of information. So if you just summarize it and say 76, then I can read it and I go, I'm on the right track. At least I picked the right components and I'm understanding, because I'm getting to the same conclusion by reading the actual contract. But I'm not asking for volumes of information. It's just like quick things. So I go, okay, I know what you're talking about now. We could probably start it and then keep, you know what I mean, refining it and going, this is what we're looking for. Because we all have, I think, different experiences. I'm not looking for a huge booklet on educating myself. I just need like keywords. It's probably like that, keywords.
So obviously our administrative team is with us this evening. We can hear the discussion. I've talked to Mr. Broadwater. I actually talked to Alana and Greg about this a little bit. We haven't had a full discussion. I think what we need to do is do some practice, come up with a couple and kind of push them out to the board like, this is what it would look like. Is this what you're looking for? And then we would go from there, and we'd find a model that works for our board members and us. I understand you don't want tons of volume, but you do want to have a descriptor on there that makes it, oh, now I know why we do this. We do this because all the kids have to have this, or we have to do that for some licensure. And rather than try to find that language in a contract, you'd just like to know that up front. We do this because of this. Now, if I want to go look at the contract to see the specifics of that, I will. And if, the cost is also something that can be there. I don't think you're asking for anything that's going to be outlandish or not able to be done. We just need to try to noodle around on it, present you with a few, practice it, and then see how it goes down the road, if that's okay with the board.
That sounds good to me.
All right. All right.
And I did have one more board discussion item.
Uh-huh.
You know, we are full remote and we have no public participation.
Mhm.
We probably just have to have general conversation and go, when are we going to maybe go back, and when are we going to bring back public participation? We may not be able to answer that tonight, but I go, can we have a short discussion on it and see where everyone stands?
Hopefully the guidelines will give us some indication as to the number of people we can have in rooms again and all of that. The auditor of the state, I believe, Alana, correct me if I'm wrong, the auditor of the state is the person who wrote that temporary authority for boards not to have public participation. But if the guidelines are coming out and things change, I know we all want to get back into a less virtual and more real world. I think safety, again, is important. That's my 2 cents, but it is the board's discussion, actually. You just need to let us know what you want to do, and we'll arrange rooms and make things happen. That's what we should do.
Like you guys know, I go on this town hall. OSB has the town hall for all the board members, and I try to make that every Wednesday. And so what I hear on there is that you have people that they've never stopped meeting in public. But you have to understand, every school district you have some that are much bigger and some that are much smaller and rural. And I mean, so they have all different conditions. That doesn't mean we need to, but what they're saying is you can meet in person, you can meet remotely, you can do a combination, you can have some people in and some people out. At least that's what they're reporting that they're doing. So it almost sounds like at this point, we have a lot of flexibility to deal with everyone's comfort level as well. But I got the public participation. I'm not sure if that has to get, is that really still necessary at this point? If we go back to the 30 minutes, can you introduce that? And then we can maybe start to go back to in person should, the hotspots go back down again, or when school starts. I mean, I don't have a preferred timeline. It's just, does anyone have any thoughts on that, plus or minus?
Yeah, I forget who I had a conversation with about finding a way to do public commentary on the virtual meeting, somebody on the screen. And we talked a little bit about, could we figure out a way to make it like the town hall style so people could call in, and maybe it was Scott. And the difficulty with that is that you can't screen necessarily where the people are from. It's people could call in from anywhere and not necessarily just your district. And so that's really challenging. And then you end up spending time qualifying people and possibly having non-residents speaking, whereas if it's in person, it's just more likely that someone's not going to show up because somebody's not going to recognize them. So that's a challenge. I'm really glad we're having this conversation because I know that there's been a lot of questioning about why we're not doing it. And it's definitely not out of lack of transparency. It's just feasibility. So we should talk through this and see if there is a way that we can do it. If we're going to stay this way, could you have like a chat going or something like that?
Or something that Patty brought up, which I hadn't thought of, is to have, to your point, Elizabeth, one of the advantages of having an open meeting, truly open, is that you're there and we all show up, and we've had it before where people have come in from out of town for things, and generally that has been difficult. On the other hand, distance is a somewhat of an impediment. So if you can show up at our office, we can. The odds are you didn't drive 200 miles or are coming in to do that. So it may be that we could set something up like that where we have during a meeting. I was thinking of the last time I was on this, I was by myself in central office, cutting my own hair. That was a bad idea. But anyway, but to have maybe a central spot where we could, and again, a lot of this depends on what happens with COVID. I mean, that's why we're all doing what we're doing here. I'd love to be even when I think about these meetings, I'm thinking about us all sitting at Nagel, I don't visualize what's going on here when I'm going through the agenda and things. But to have maybe a central location that if people want to come, that we can come in and give them a chance to speak to us directly. Obviously email is always there, and and we don't screen that, where are you coming from, or check that. We just read all of them, and there's no time limit or page limit, which is a good thing. But on the other hand, for the people that want a more face-to-face meeting, it may be that we could set something up, in a situation where at one of our buildings, we have a camera or a computer set up that people can do that. I don't know. That was an idea that just popped in my mind as Patty was talking, because that would be, or if we have, at some point, obviously, we'd like to open it back up to just normal open meetings, whether that's done at Titus or at at a building where we can maintain our separation. I don't want to get into there's a lot of other things that come in. I certainly don't want an outbreak based on our school board meeting, which would be shocking on many levels. But if there was that type of participation coming in, to have that. So, but no, those are all good points, and trying to figure out a way that people could get to, have at least a face-to-face, a computer screen to computer screen discussion would be helpful.
Forrest, I just throwing this out there too. Maybe this is something that we can talk to Adam Samuels about and see if there's anything we can use on this platform to bring people in, if they want to speak. He's obviously the expert in all the tech stuff we've got going on.
Right.
And I want to say somebody told me the trustees meeting somehow allow that, and that may be the different platforms that we're using. There's, Zoom obviously has some security issues. I'm not sure what they use, but just something to think about, to maybe get some input from him.
And that is true. And some of the concern is that, we could have someone come in at any time, but moderation, there's a reason why radio is on a 7-second delay. And when you find out that you have a audience with the world right now, there are, I know this might come as a shock, but there are a lot of people in the United States, in the world, that would like to, we've seen it that happened with the Zoom meetings when they first started up. People were hijacking them and doing truly just disgusting, horrific things just for the sake of doing them. So that, we can look into it, and certainly we can talk with Adam, our IT person. It would be nice to be able to have a more regular meeting where public participation is there, without trying to moderate as best we can who's participating.
Well,
I personally prefer to see people face to face. I just kind of miss that, but we do have to think about safety. We just have to figure it out. But yeah, I miss seeing people.
Well, we have Steve Meese, and he's a director of technology, and we also have Adam with us. They've heard the full discussion. We'll meet in cabinet meetings with them, and we'll see if there's a possibility to come up with something. We'll look at guidelines that come from the state. We'll take a look at our technology and the capabilities we have, and we'll go from there. Good discussion. Thank you.
Sounds good. Yep, that sounds real good. All right, item 11.1, certification.
Forrest.
Oh, sorry.
I had a point I wanted to say also.
Sure.
Not really necessarily a discussion, because we have a special meeting tomorrow, but I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge, as we all sort of have in little bits here and there, that we have definitely cracked the 1,000 mark on the emails. Phone calls are coming in with people who just want to share their voice. And I just want, I know students probably aren't watching this meeting, but if their parents are, I just want them to know that I have been positively overwhelmed with the students who are, coming forward to kind of voice their position about the mascot issue, and really to all the community members out there that have reached out and have really wanted to engage in conversations about racial equity in public education, regardless of their position on the mascot, right? As long as they're willing to engage in that type of conversation, I'm incredibly appreciative of that. And I just wanted to take a moment to, to share that with whoever's out there right now.
I second that as well. We had a lot of young people, students, and from both sides. I learned a lot. I really did. We were given a lot of good information and a lot of data. And I went to all those links. I did my best to read every email. It was hard, but it was good. It was worthwhile. I appreciate everybody who sent us an email.
Yep, I concur. It has been somewhat overwhelming, but on the other hand, we've gotten a lot of information.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Moving on to 11.1, certification of standards governing types of food and beverages sold on school premises. Mr. Broadwater, who's not even on my screen.
Good evening, and that's lucky for you. Okay. 11.1 is certification of standards governing types of food and beverages. As Dr. Heiss said, this is an annual certification that we are in compliance with the Ohio Revised Code when it comes to our food service program. As of July 2011, Ohio Revised Code 3313.814 requires each school district board of education and each chartered non-public school governing authority to adopt and enforce nutrition standards governing the types of food and beverages that may be sold on the premises of its school and specifying the time and place each type of food or beverage may be sold. The standards specified in 3313.816 and 3313.817 are minimum standards and do not preclude the adoption of more stringent standards by the local education agency. I did provide the board, it's an annual report of the certification prepared by Tia Strauss, our food service supervisor, who works in conjunction with many people, including the Ohio Department of Education. So the Forest Hills School District, under the authority of Tia Strauss, our food service supervisor, and myself, Mike Broadwater, Assistant Superintendent of Business Operations and Human Resources, we verify we are in compliance. Forest Hills School District is in compliance with Ohio Revised Code 3313.814. And if there are no questions, I'll move on to 11.2. And it sounds like 11.2, we have explained Power School Group LLC agreements to our board, and this contract is for August 1st, 2020 to July 31st, 2021. This agreement with Power School Group LLC, it used to be called InfoSnap prior to Power School Group, and so the agreement between them and the Forest Hills School District will provide online student registration support and services for the upcoming school year of 2020-2021. The superintendent recommends the board approve the Power School Group LLC online registration services agreement for the period August 1st, 2020 to July 31st, 2021, as shown in the attachments. And if there are no questions, we'll move on to our human resources. Okay.
I was just going to say it was 25,500, just to, go down that path of this is what it is. School registration, 7,500 students, 25,500.
Yep. Very good.
Correct. Very good. Okay. For human resources, we will go ahead and I will kind of highlight a few of the items here without going through every item. But the first item is item A, which is retirements. And under retirements, the following have submitted a letter of resignation in order to retire and will be eligible under the state teachers retirement system in accordance with the statutes of the state of Ohio. And the one certified individual that is retiring is our counselor at Air Elementary, Joni Overcast. Joni has been at Air for 9 years. She has served our students tremendously. I know she has supported families with getting them food, holiday gifts, school supplies. When families go through challenging times, Joni has always been there for all of us, a shoulder to cry on, and for so many of our kids, and also probably one of the biggest cheerleaders you'll find when there's something great to celebrate. And we're going to miss Joni and all of the great things that she did for Forest Hill School District and Air Elementary, but we wish her nothing but the best, as we have great admiration for Mrs. Overcast and everything that she has accomplished at Air Elementary. For our classified retirements, we have Geraldine Blanton, who for 26 years has been in our transportation department as a bus driver. If you've been a bus driver for 26 years, you know that you've done a great job. That is not an easy job, and Geraldine has been one of the best, and we appreciate those 26 years, and we wish her nothing but the best as well. Marjorie Rice has been with us for 17 years. She has been an intervention aide at Maddox. What that means is she's in the classroom with our kids every single day. And if you've seen an intervention aide work, you understand how much work they're doing with kids, one-on-one, hands-on. And Marjorie has been one of the best at Maddox. We'll wish her nothing but the best in her retirement as well. Moving on, I'll review item B, resignations. We have one certified teacher. That is Reagan Hagemeyer, fifth grade teacher at Mercer, has resigned effective August 10th. Classified, we have Nancy Elling, paraprofessional at Summit, and Nicholas Schmidt, who is a paraprofessional at Anderson, has resigned as well. Item C, we have one leave of absence, which is Mary Smith, a bus driver. And I'm going to outline item E, which is a big night for quite a few of our individuals under item E. First, we have our principal at Air position. We have surveyed the staff. We've had quite a few rounds of interviews. It is a very important position we have here at Forest Hill School District, and we are excited to announce Heather Holly, pending board approval, as our next principal at Air Elementary. I can tell you that Heather has participated in our Leadership Academy. And if you remember, for the board, the strategic vision we've got in there, our Leadership Academy, we want to develop internal leaders. We want to develop internal leadership. And so we're very excited for Heather to move in as the principal at Air Elementary and work through everything that she's learned in our Leadership Academy. Heather has spent all of her time in an elementary role as a teacher, assistant principal, and now as the principal. Most recently as the assistant principal at Air Elementary as our case coordinator. And I have talked to many, many families who have built very good relationships with Heather in that area, and they're very, very excited for her as well. And last thing I will say about Heather, she has worked collaboratively and built many good relationships with our staff at Air, planning with the Cornerstone team at Air, personalizing professional development, and just working towards having that family feeling at Air Elementary and empowering our staff. So we are very, very excited to announce Heather Holly as our next principal at Air Elementary. And if Heather were here, we would let her say something, but Heather is not here. So congratulations. With that, that now opens up the assistant principalship at Air. And what we, as a committee, worked with and looked at what we have for strengths in Forest Hill School District, not just Air Elementary specifically, but as an entire district, and how we could support Heather Holly, who is a new principal. And the way that we felt we could do that is to have Joy O'Brien, who is currently an assistant principal at Mercer, move over to Air Elementary to support Heather as her first year as principal. I can tell you Joy is an extremely positive individual. She really started the web program at Nagel when she was at Nagel, and she's just a very positive, supportive individual who will provide some experience for the Air Elementary staff, as well as a very, very positive attitude. So we're excited for Joy to join Air Elementary. And I do want to thank Jody Davidson, the principal at Mercer Elementary, working with us and understanding that we're here as Forest Hills and we're trying to develop all of our buildings. So thank you to Jody. With that, Jody was aware that she would now need an assistant principal at Mercer Elementary. We have Kim Beard, who has been on the staff at Mercer, but most recently has been one of our learning design specialists and has done just a great job in her instructional specialist role and really has been a leader in that role. And so we felt that it would be a great way for us to get experience into the building, knowing the staff, working with Jody, and with her instructional leadership ability, we're real excited for Kim Beard to join us as the assistant principal at Mercer. So there were actually some dominoes that fell to fill the role. We're excited. We think we've done a great job of what we need to do to support kids and families in these buildings. The other change of assignment that we have is Jenna Riddle, who was an administrative assistant in the Treasurer Department, is now going to, if you recall, we had Darla Berger resign last month in the teaching and learning, which opened that position, and Jenna Riddle has been selected for that position. So she will be moving over to the teaching and learning department. With that, letter F, you see change in salary. Letter G, appointments. I think it's important to say under the certified staff, we want to welcome Leslie Pinto, who will be our new art teacher at Summit Elementary. If you recall, board, we had the opening at Summit Elementary because Heidi Honecker, the previous art teacher at Summit, is now moving over to Anderson High School to replace a retiree there. We have Lisa Robinette, also is going to be beginning a one-year contract. This is an annual contract with Ms. Robinette. Based on Ohio Revised Code, it is a contract that we have to do each and every year with Lisa. For letter H, you have two administrators, our two athletic directors from Turpin High School as a reappointment. Letter I is reappointment of personnel. I will tell you, letter I, those teachers are coming back. The majority of those teachers are coming back from a leave of absence, and they are coming back. There are no additional FTEs. Nothing that we're reviewing this evening is additional FTEs. I will then move back to the last couple items on the reports. We have quite a few substitutes that we are having approved. They are going to be used as an as-needed basis. This is just the time of the year where we make sure we have enough substitutes in case we need them. Letter N is what I'm going to jump to. Letter N is the salary schedules for substitute personnel for 2020, 2021. If you review the scale, there is no increase in terms of what the substitute salary schedule will be. It will be the same as 2019, 2020. Letter O is a memorandum of understanding with OPSI 177. Basically, it is due to the COVID-19. We've got some training that we cannot do in person, and we are looking to do it in a different format. Since the regular board meeting of last month, May 18th, 2020, staffing has remained the same at 787.64 FTEs. You may refer to the FTE worksheet for reconciliation, and that completes the HR report. The superintendent recommends that the board approve the personnel items as listed.
I do have a comment if someone else doesn't.
Sure.
On the HR substitute schedule, so I had a couple conversations with Scott about this, and so you can see I'm very torn on the 14% outside the contract days. But I know we have everything kind of in place and we need to move with it. But when we go to executive session to discuss the contracts going forward, I think we need to talk about this as a group and see about incorporating some changes going forward.
Okay.
Sure.
Yep. Okay, item 13.2. No.
So 13.1.
Okay. Item 13.1.
Item 13.1 is new textbook adoption.
Mm-hmm.
And these are textbooks that have been available for review since and were presented at the May 18th board meeting. These are textbooks to support our two family and consumer science courses that we have. And just a reminder to the board that we had decided through the course of study process, which you're going to be talking about in a few minutes, on it's a resource adoption time also. And through the work of Brian Robinson, Dave Kammer, and Brian Lee and our teachers, we felt like there was only a need for class sets of 2 textbooks of the family and consumer science courses. So with that is a savings based on what we had budgeted expenditures for. So the total cost for each of these, the total cost for the 2 textbooks and class sets is $9,499. We had budgeted significantly higher than that for that, so we were well within budget, and that was the work, the critical work that team looked at based on our needs. So the superintendent recommends the board approve the new textbook adoption for family and consumer sciences as shown.
Okay. Item 13.2, school fees for the 2021 school year.
So item 13.2, school fees, with the recommendation for school fees for grades pre-K through 8 are the same as they were in the previous year. And you will also see the high school fee schedule, which obviously is really independent for a lot of the courses. I will just want to take a second to recognize that over the course of the last few years, there's been significant work to align the fee amounts across between Anderson and Turpin. So like courses will have similar or identical amounts of fees that we are charging for those. And so there is some variation. Some of the variation is teacher preference or a resource that teachers at Anderson may use versus Turpin. So for the most part, we've done significant work to streamline those fee schedules. So just a reminder, fees enable us to provide additional opportunities for kids within the normal framework of our schedule, and it gives us a little bit some flexibility for going above and beyond for supplies in the classroom. So the superintendent recommends the board approve the attached school fees for early childhood, elementary, and middle school, as well as the fee schedule for high school for the 20 to 21 school year.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Okay.
So obviously, if we have to do the all remote option, we run into this revenue issue with kindergarten. Are you all talking about that?
Yeah.
We have,
You want to?
Mike, are you trying to answer that? What I was going to say, that is an item that we'll be talking about later this evening because it relates to staffing.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and we have some information to share with you.
Okay, great. Yeah, people are actually asking that. I have friends who send their kids to private schools and they're saying, I'm not going to pay the tuition if I also have to pay, childcare. So just making sure we're talking about it.
All right. Item 13.3, family and consumer sciences course of study. Mr. Sears.
Yeah, so during this school year, throughout the entire course of the year, and the textbook adoption in 13.1 was a piece of this, but items 13.3 and 13.4 are a summation of the course of study for all of our family and consumer science courses. A course of study is completed periodically usually on a scheduled basis between every 5 to 7 years, to where we update all of the courses, the standards, and the purpose for each one of the courses that we have. And so Brian Robinson and Dave Kammer and Brian Lee and teachers in these courses met throughout this year to update standards and align and evaluate courses. The last time a course of study was completed for these two, for family, consumer science, and business and marketing, was 2011. So we were well overdue for that, and there was some significant changes in standards that we updated with that. For the most part, we were able to do that without adding additional resources and materials, but we've aligned and created greater alignment and understanding of the standards for each one of the courses. So for 13.3 is our family and consumer science courses. This course of study, prior to requesting approval of the attached family and consumer sciences course of study, it's being presented to the Board of Education. This course of study will be available online for review. If you want to request that, they can email me, Greg Sears, at foresthills.edu until the July 27th, 2020 Board of Education meeting. Formal approval of this course of study will be requested at the July 27th, 2020 Board of Education meeting. So I'm going to roll right into.
I believe those course of studies are linked to in our board docs document, so they don't even have to call you, right? They could just pull it up.
They are linked in there, yes.
Okay, great. All right, item 14.1.
Well, hold on, before we leave the teaching and learning, that's okay. This whole category, I would expect us to start really looking at the staffing and the programming in this area. And, you know, in light of, you know, we don't have money, we still don't know how much we're going to be cut. I mean, we saw something on what CPS showed how much extra things they think that's going to cost them. You know what I mean? We're like 21% of enrollment from them. So I'm very nervous about additional costs that we've not considered. And I don't see anything really addressing, like we had no FTEs added, but we are not reducing anything programming wise, not necessarily staffing wise. And I'm getting very nervous because I think this is my opinion, of course, sooner rather than later. What are we doing to discuss that, address that? Timing wise?
I would say that in response to your comments, the administration has been working together with building principals, and the attritionary model and the reductions that we have brought to the board, including those in transportation that we've made adjustments with, are closing in on about $1 million a year that we are not going to be spending next year. And so when we say cuts, what we are doing is when there's a resignation or there's a retirement or something like that, we are consolidating, we are increasing responsibilities for people, shifting responsibilities. And that change from last year to this year, or from this year, I should say, to next year, is about $840,000 worth of staffing that will not be coming back next year. So that is one response to it. I'm not suggesting that we're totally finished. However, that is a significant amount of reductions that I'm hopeful the board recognizes as we continue to move forward.
I think though, to bow to your point though too, and that'll come up with our legislative our liaison things, is not only has the state not given us any guidance on how we're going to go back to school, or on one hand they say there's going to be local control, but then on the other hand they say but you're only going to have 20 kids on a bus. You're like, well, okay, that's not local control. All of that we're so concerned about. I share the concern is that they cut 1.6 million out of our last 6 weeks, and July 1st is like tomorrow, right, or Wednesday. So
Wednesday.
It's Wednesday when there's at least we've been told, or we've been led to believe that the state is going to let us know if they are going to honor the money that it was in last year's biennial budget, or if they are going to cut further. So to the point that we have on the logistics on going back to school and how things change, I think, and that I know we're doing that to a degree. We had a list of different items and implementation times and things like that. But we're going to have to. I do think we're going to have to be flexible in the next really month or two as to if there is another $1.6 million hit, that's going to change what we can and can't do, or 4 million or 0. So, but I know we have people looking at different levels of that, and we'll have to kind of come up with an overall game plan based on what's going to, I have a feeling will be a moving target over the next month.
Well, I understand the attritionary model and I understand the logic of it, and I'm not opposed to that at all. I think it's great. And you know what that means is we project, we forecast that this is what's going to happen, but it's not realized, and it's actually realized, it's only realized when people leave and we don't actually replace them. And of course, that's going to be over time. This is my opinion, I just don't see us achieving as much cost benefit in those savings as we have to in order to continue to operate. That's why I'm asking, what else are we doing? Where I'm struggling with the not moving down that road.
There is no question with your comments that trying to keep pace with the loss of $1.65 million in one school year is a difficult task. And so, yes to everything you said. The total over 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 with the reductions that we have put into place. Now, there's about $450,000 that we didn't spend at the end of last year, which is directly related to COVID, that we didn't have to spend on materials. But when you add the attritionary reductions that we've talked about along with the transportation, that's about $2.9 million over between now and 2023. So we have pulled that out, but you're right, Patty, $2.9 million taken out when you're losing over a 3-year period of time, when the state took 1.6 out in a matter of 3 months, and we don't necessarily know what's coming next year. There's quite an imbalance there. And so you bring up a good point. I do want to remind all of us that it's taken a lot for this board and for this administration to be able to get to the 2.9 million, and we're not quite sure what else is coming. And so your cautionary words we're hearing. It's appropriate commentary.
All right. Item 14.1, Forward Edge contract.
Good evening. We have item 14.1, professional services agreement. This agreement is to cover security equipment in the district over the construction process over the last several years. The district has added a significant number of security devices such as cameras, door locks, swipes, such things like that. This contract will allow Edge to monitor that equipment to make sure that it's working correctly. They will respond to alerts from equipment when it's malfunctioning, and they'll install and replace and configure equipment as needed. So if there are no questions, Superintendent recommends the board approve the Forward Edge agreement for IT professional services for the period August 1st, 2020, July 31st, 2023, as shown in the attached document. I'm sorry, did somebody have a question?
I have a comment because I still get asked once in a while about school resource officers, which is a whole nother can of worms. But my response is always that I don't think that the community is as aware how much more secure our buildings are in terms of things like this with the bond issue. You know, we're monitoring things in ways that we were not before. So while the presence there would actually be better, this kind of stuff goes a really long way. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Okay. Item 14.2, Hamilton Claremont Cooperative contract 2021.
Hamilton Claremont Cooperative contract for July 1st, 2020, June 30th, 2021. This is an annual contract we have with Hamilton Claremont Cooperative. The contract allows them to provide certain services for the district, such as state fiscal software, student information software, gradebook software, state reporting software, along with network troubleshooting, types of software that we use in the district, such as OnBase and DataMat. Any questions? Superintendent recommends the board approve the annual contract for services with Hamilton Claremont Cooperative for the specified period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, as shown in the attachment.
Thank you. Item 15.1, 2021 temporary appropriations. Ms. Cropper.
Item 15.1 presents the temporary appropriations for our upcoming fiscal year, which starts in just a couple of days on July 1st. These appropriations serve as an interim measure to operate the district over the next couple of months while we finalize staffing contracts. And this year, the instruction model that we will have for the upcoming 2021 student year. We will be bringing a permanent appropriation measure by September 30th as required by state law to replace these temporary appropriations.
Thank you. Item 15.2, Treasurer's Report.
Beginning with agenda item 15.2A is our list of donors whose gifts totaled just under $34,000 over the past month. The bulk of that was provided by the Forest Hills Education Foundation with a gift of just over $25,000. The majority of that amount was spent funding the 24/7 learning program at Nagel. Item B is a statement of board accounts, which presents all funds activity for the 11-month period ending May 31st. Item C presents the general fund, our 5-year forecast fund receipts for the month and the fiscal year to date ended May 31st. And as you mentioned earlier, Dr. Heitz, I'd like to call your attention to the state receipts for the month of May, because as you mentioned, in 6 short weeks, the state is reducing our budget by $1.6 million, and you're going to see in this May's receipts $500,000 gone, and in June you will see another $1.1 million reduction. So I just wanted to point that out. Items 15.2 D and E present the expenditures for the general fund for the month and the fiscal year to date. Expenditures with 92% of our fiscal year complete at the end of May. We have spent 88.7% of our appropriations, with another 2% committed for future expenditures. And if you look at the expenditures, you're going to see we were about $500,000 below trend over the last 11 months. And of course, that was due to the fact that we did have some savings in expenditures, but nowhere near enough savings in expenditures to make up $1.6 million in reductions from the state. In addition, if you look at item E, you will also see a forecast chart. This is a chart that Patty requested that I put in the treasurer's report. She has asked that we review the 5-year forecast impact on expenditures due to the approval of the recent FHTA contract. This spreadsheet simply provides the numbers in a little bit different form. There's really no change to the forecast that we talked about in May. It's just that this spreadsheet looks at the dollar and percentage change on the face of the spreadsheet. If you look at the forecast presented in May, that information was contained within the notes and not on the face of the spreadsheet. Moving on to agenda items F and G, you will see the May 31st bank reconciliations and investments. The final appropriations for our current fiscal year are presented in agenda item H. Agenda item A is an annual request for the board to approve resetting our travel mileage rate to the current IRS rate. The current rate is 57.5, and that's 0.5% lower than it was at this time last year. This new rate will be effective in a couple days on July 1st, of course, the beginning of our new fiscal year. Item J is a request to approve the board's service fund expense allocation for fiscal year 21, again, which begins in a couple days.
Item K, request the approval to close 2 student activity accounts at Anderson High School, which are no longer needed and have a 0 balance in them. Item L is the board approval of Fund 507, which of course is the new federal CARES Act fund. Forest Hills is slated to receive just under $600,000 one-time revenue source. And we need to spend this money in line with the purpose that the federal government has stated, which is to provide emergency relief grants to schools related to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are to use these for funding the coordination of preparedness and response efforts, training and professional development of staff, planning and coordination during this long-term closure, and purchasing technology which aids in remote learning for students. I respectfully request that the board approve items 15.1 through 15.2L.
I just wanted to, oh, sorry.
Yep.
I just wanted to point out, thank you very much for adding that. It's page 10 on the treasurer's report. And really all I was trying to do is, it is the forecast and it has all the same conditions in there. So the change is year over year. That's the increase to the salaries and benefits line is what I was trying to highlight, and the percent change. So that's what that's what's giving me concern, since that is like the largest part, right? And so it's just super helpful to see what is the impact of our May decision and what do we need to do to keep working, keep performing. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so that now we're at consent agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve consent agenda? Alana, help me. Which one number?
It is 11.2 through 15.2L.
Do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve action items 1.2 through 15.2 as presented.
A second?
Second.
Any more discussion? Ms. Cropper?
The only thing I wanted to kind of mention is the last thing, that board service fund is the 14K. And that's for, I think, that we all go to like Capitol Conference or whatever, like special or any kinds of training. And I just go, I mean, we kind of had a little bit of a conversation back and forth, Alana and I, and this is just approving the appropriation, not necessarily the spend. And I go, okay, we can do that. But I go, we kind of have to start looking at everything, right? Mm-hmm. Can we pay attention to that as we get into the year?
Alana, how much do we usually spend out of that fund?
This past year, we spent just a little over 12,000.
Okay, so it is in that range.
Yeah. And I included the OSBA membership in that, which takes up close to 7,000 of that. So
okay, that makes more sense. All right, so yeah, so it's our Capitol Conference and that type. So OSBA membership is arguably one of the most cost-efficient things that we have, in that it provides a lot of resources. But I'm with you. I mean, there's nothing that we can't look at as far as keeping costs down. So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to say things. Yeah, no stone unturned, and absolutely, we want to continue to look at all that. But when you talk about the OSBA membership, it also comes with the membership. Sometimes comes discount on other services. For example, there's a discount to board docs through the OSBA membership. So, and that's one of the things that Patty and I were talking about. There's a, it's so hard just to have all this conversation over the phone, but there's a lot of things to it and more discussion to be had on that.
All right, thanks. Okay, Ms. Cropper, please call roll.
Ms. Joyce?
Yes.
Mrs. Barber?
Yes.
Dr. Rasmussen?
Yes.
Mrs. Taylor?
Yes.
Dr. Hates?
Yes. Item 16.1 or 16, reports to the Board of Education. 16.1, Anderson Township Economic Development Committee report.
Well, Steve Severs did that pretty well, didn't he?
Yeah,
One thing he did not comment on, and I won't take much time on this, is the EDC also has subcommittees that focus on certain projects, and I've talked about this a few times. One of those subcommittees is this aquatic center / community center. We're still trying to work with the township, the parks, and the schools, and even private entities to pull something off. So while it may appear to the public that we are pausing and delaying on the pool for a bad reason, it is actually for a really good reason. We are trying really hard to think long term with this, and true fiscal responsibility thinks about 10 or 15 years into the future, doesn't just take temporary fixes all the time. And in this case, because we have 2 pools in the district, we really are trying to take our time and take a step back and look at the big picture of what is Forest Hills revenue going to look like in 10 or 15 years, and what is the overall tax burden going to be for the township, the parks, and the schools. And that's really the reason for the pause. It's nothing else except for we're waiting for some conversations to get a little bit farther down the road. Forrester, Scott, you can comment on that if you want to, but I felt like that needed to be said, lest anyone think we are pausing for any other reason.
yeah. I know the meetings are still going on. There's good discussions. We have weekly discussions with the township and the parks on a variety of topics, and then there's a special subcommittee that is working specifically on that. So, Finance Committee, Ms. Taylor.
Yeah, we had like a informal meeting where we just talked for about an hour, Elizabeth, Scott, and Alana, and we kind of just went over the 5-year forecast and just had a conversation on the fact that we don't know a lot, and it's very hard to, just like going back to school and those back to school plans, it's going to keep changing. Our finances are going to continue to change, and we just need to keep looking at that.
Okay. Forest Hills Foundation report, 16.3, Leslie.
Yeah, so right now, well, there's not much to report. We did bring in some new board members, which we're trying to set up a date to where we can have an orientation for those folks, so that we can get moving on some fundraising. And I think Alana mentioned the donation already from the foundation that came in as well. And that's really all there is to it. Dee and the team has a lot going on in the background, definitely. Right now it's, getting those new board members acclimated and on board so that we can just tackle the, upcoming year's initiatives. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Great. Sounds good. 16.4, Human Resources Committee report. Dee Dee?
We have not met. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We have not met.
Okay. There's data on here about met virtually on April 28th. First reading appeared on I see a policy committee met virtually on April 28th, 2020 to discuss change to policy. A first reading appeared on the May 18th board agenda. This constitutes a second reading and request for approval of changes to board policies listed as attached. Does someone have information on that?
I'm trying to recall. This feels like a century ago. So there was one that we had to put through really quickly last time. Then these were all up for first reading last time.
Right.
Correct? So.
Well, okay, yeah, this was listed in the wrong part of the committee. I'm jumping ahead. So this will be 16.6 policy committee report. It's doubled up on my my agenda.
So do you want to keep going with policy?
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Okay, yeah. So this is when, if anyone on the board has any comments or concerns about any of these policies, is that right?
Well, this is your requesting for, this is a second reading, so you are
Yeah.
requesting for approval.
Yes, so these have been up for a while. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to review them. They were mostly standard recommendations from Neola. Nothing major. We didn't tweak anything too differently for Forest Hills, so.
Okay. Do I get a motion to approve the changes to board policies as shown in the attachments?
So moved.
Second?
I'll
Help me out
second.
here. Thank you. Ms. Crawford.
I was struggling with my mute
No, you're
button.
leaving me hanging. All right, Ms. Cropper?
Ms. Joyce,
Yes.
Dr. Rasmussen,
Yes.
Mrs. Barber,
Yes.
Mrs. Taylor,
Yes.
Dr. Heights.
Yes, yes. Item 16.5, the legislative liaison report. Not a lot going on right now. They, again, all of the stuff we've talked about all through this meeting. There's a lot of guidance and some things that I know we're pushing on for as far as reopening, as far as immunity for districts. If we're following, one of the things that comes up, and it comes up in my line of work, is if we follow established guidelines and something goes wrong, who's responsible? And the idea being is if you're following established guidelines and something still goes wrong, because that's the way life is, who's taking the blame for that, and or who holds the responsibility? And that's very unclear right now, especially in this time of pandemic. We already talked about the cut. We don't know what's going to happen next. So there are things that are going on. There's a lot going on, but not a lot being finalized right now. So item 16.7, safety committee report. We did not meet in the spring. I think that was part of being safe, but I assume, I don't know if Mr. Eckert's still on, but I would imagine at some point we would be getting together. Fall's right around the corner. Technology and facilities report. We have not had a formal meeting on that. Teaching and learning committee. Leslie, I think we've talked about it, but Leslie?
Yeah, not really much. Obviously, Greg and their team's focus is, the road to reopening right now. And today we exchanged some emails to try to set up a consistent meeting schedule for the future. And, that's where we're at.
Okay. The Forest Hills Teacher Association report 16.10 is Donna said she was going to email that to us, knowing that this was going to be a long meeting. We do have an executive session coming up. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education is on July 10th at 7 p.m. It's listed as 7 a.m. I believe it will be at 7 p.m. And then, of course, we have a special meeting tomorrow night at 7 o'clock on the same YouTube channel.
Dr. Heiss?
Yes.
Typically, the July 10th meeting, because of contracts, the board has asked for that to be in the morning because it is a short meeting and it's a meeting to button up the final potential resignations, new hires to the district. As for anyone listening in, by July 10th, school districts need to have that taken care of because there is Ohio revised language that says that after July 10th, it's a lot more difficult to be moving around in positions in the state. It takes a little bit more preparation, a little more conversation. So that typically has been a 7 a.m. meeting. If the board prefers to have it at any other time, we're capable of doing that.
Okay, so I will say, so it is, yeah, so it's listed incorrectly on the second line of the meeting. So it is a 7 a.m. meeting, and that is a brief regular meeting. I will say at this point, we plan on keeping it at 7 a.m. If we decide to change, we will give appropriate notice. Before we move to executive session, I do not anticipate any actionable items after executive session. I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow night.
Okay, you ready?
Yep. Joyce, yes.
Yeah, pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22G1, I hereby move that the board adjourn to executive session for the purpose of considering the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, compensation of a public employee or official, and pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G3, I hereby move that the board adjourn to executive session to meet with board legal counsel to discuss disputes involving the board and/or the school district that are subject to pending or imminent court action. One more.
Yep.
And pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G4, I hereby move that the board adjourn to executive session to prepare for, conduct, review, negotiations, or bargaining sessions with employees concerning compensation and other terms and conditions of employment.
Thank you very much. Can I get a second?
Second.
Ms. Cropper?
Ms. Choice,
Yes.
Mrs. Barber,
Yes.
Dr. Rasmussen,
Yes.
Mrs. Taylor,
Yes.
Dr. Heights.
Yes. Okay. We'll be back in a couple hours. were participated fully in our executive session, they are an internet wasteland, but we have 3 of us, so we can make a call. So Ms. Cropper, please call roll.
Mrs. Taylor,
Yes.
Mrs. Barber,
Yes.
Dr. Heights.
Yes. Have a great night, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.